Your Worship, councillors, committee members, Morena no mai haramai. Welcome to our meeting this morning. This is we're resuming the meeting from yesterday, our Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee meeting. So we're resuming today, the 15th of July. Just quickly, I'll run over. The meeting is being live streamed. So to those who are watching from afar, no mai haramai, welcome to the meeting this morning. We certainly know the drill with our mobile phones. Thank you for keeping those out of sight. I hope to take a morning break at some stage this morning. No, we're probably going to move right through so that our submitters, if they come, then they can submit and then move off. So we'll probably take our lunch break just about quarter past 12 so we can get through the program this morning. Do I have any apologies, please? No apologies. Oh, well, we did have one yesterday from thank you, from Mr. Morgan, so that will move carried forward for today. Thank you. I'll have a mover and a seconder, please, that we accept Mr. Morgan's apology. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you very much. Now, I do want to ask that we have a mover and a seconder that the report, the hearings, the draft development contributions policy be received. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you, carried. Thank you. Rather remiss of me not to welcome members of the public that are here this morning, submitters as well. Morena, nice to see you, and good morning, Mike. Mr. McVicker, former councillor, very active here. We've had our great debates, you and I, here, Mike, in the chamber. Nice to see you back again. Kia ora, nice to see you well. Thank you. So we do have a list of submitters. There have been some changes to the list this morning, but we will work through them and if there are any changes that come up, I'll alert you to those. So thank you. Now we have our first submitter this morning is Mr. Brett Farquhar, and representing R&B Property Group, and I think Ray is with you. Is that correct? Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Ray. Mr. Cook. Good morning. Yes, Morena Korua. Morena. And just to, if I can just clarify, are you speaking, Brett, to the Pukarua Oruawhata Group submission as well?
Yes, after this one, yes.
Fine. And then I've got you down also for the third one as well, that's correct?
No, Bart Yetzinger, also from Stratum, he's going to present that one.
Oh, that's fine, fine. So you'll be presenting for the first and second alongside with Mr. Cook for the first, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Well, that's clear then. So thank you. We have allotted 10 minutes, and I am going to be rather generous with the time, although I see I'll get probably nudged by Una, but I do think it's important, so I would like to give you sufficient time perhaps to present, but also for some questions to be asked from councillors from the committee if necessary. So thank you, and welcome to you this morning, Brent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors. Don't intend to take too much of your time. You've obviously all read the submission, so it's really just going to sort of hit on the key points that the RMB submission entails. So we'll do that, and then that should leave plenty of time for questioning. So tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Brett Farquhar. I'm a planner and director at Stratum Consultants here in Rotorua. I have over 20 years experience in the resource management planning profession, both public and private sectors. So as you outlined here with Mr. Ray Cook from R&B Consultants, R&B Consultants put a submission into the Development Contributions Policy. Like I said before, I'm not intending to read every single word of my submission or the submission, but I'll just highlight those key points. So to start with, as you all probably well know, R&B is a long-established and active commercial and industrial property developer who specialises in design, build and leaseback of commercial and industrial property here in Rotorua, and specialises in national and government tenants. And they primarily develop brownfield sites in Rotorua, and obviously brownfield sites, those that have already previously been developed, and Ray specialises in taking those sites and redeveloping them. This new draft development contributions policy is going to have a serious effect on the future commercial and industrial property developments here in Rotorua. So the following submission points we raised. Overall, R&B Consultants or property do oppose the development contributions policy, but we oppose it in part. The policy is supported for residential development and where greenfield development occurs on city centre, commercial or industrial land. However, it does not support the policy as it relates to the development or redevelopment of brownfield city centre, commercial or industrial land or sites. This includes extensions to existing commercial and industrial business premises. Sorry, I'll just move that further away. The redevelopment of the brownfield land should be encouraged by council. This type of development greatly improves the visual appearance of city centre, commercial and industrial areas, with new buildings coming in which have a new design and new, more modern materials introduced. The introduction of development contributions could be the difference financially between a site being redeveloped or remaining undeveloped. It could potentially become a disincentive to growth. Brownfield development should be encouraged and incentivised, especially along our city gateways, roads, which is generally the industrial 1E zone, and this will greatly improve the visual appearance of industrial buildings along these major gateway roads into Rotorua City. R&B are currently developing a 2,500 square metre and an 1,800 square metre building or buildings at Eastgate Business Park. Eastgate Business Park is already serviced and the new buildings being constructed is zoned for the proposed use. These did not need a resource consent. So we asked the question of why should a development like this then be levied a development contribution when the sites are already serviced and ready for development. Furthermore, the development of the two Eastgate buildings are required to have stormwater soakage or storage detention devices as part of their build. These devices will hold back any stormwater generated from the site post-development so that actually less stormwater is released into the catchment than what currently exists on site now, well, prior to the buildings being developed. This comes at a cost to the developer to actually improve the stormwater flows from the site. It is considered unfair that council would then require a stormwater development contribution levy in addition to the work that is being done. We also refer you to the comments made by Mayor Chadwick back in 2003 with regard to development contributions. A news release statement came out then where Mayor Chadwick said that DCs had clearly become a disincentive to investment and a barrier to growth. It is a failed framework, that it hasn't achieved the revenue streams anticipated, but has instead served only to drive new development away, and that foregoing some revenue by ending development contributions will be more than compensated by the additional economic growth. And I guess we just question the rationale for the removal of the development contributions back in 2013, and how's it changed? How's it changed since it's now no longer valid, those comments? We also understand council has applied for infrastructure acceleration funding. This fund is administered by Kaingora to support new housing supply. A review of this specific fact sheet states that to get value for money through the IAF, contributions will be sought from developers. This seems to indicate that a proviso of council obtaining the IAF funding is that development contributions are required to be implemented to assist with co-funding. Again, we reiterate that this funding is to accelerate housing growth, and if it is a proviso that development contributions are required, it should therefore only be on residential housing development, not commercial or industrial redevelopment. Furthermore, the Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee agenda dated 9th September 2021, so last year, on the IAF topic stated that following the competition of Council's Housing and Business Development Capacity Assessment, which is the HBA, that was done in December 2021, Council will be in a position to develop a DC policy which we have committed to implement in the 22-23 financial year. Again, it appears that Council have already decided in 2021 that DCs would be implemented, and the implementation of the DC policy relates to housing. Again, just reiterating, it should therefore not be, DCs should not be imposed on commercial industrial redevelopment. So just to quickly summarise, the DC policy is supported for all residential development and where greenfield development occurs on city centre commercial and industrial land. However, the DC policy is not supported as it relates to the development or redevelopment of brownfield city centre commercial or industrial land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Brent. I'll take questions from the committee members. Yes, Your Worship.
We'll refrain from comment too at this stage. Just a question in your submission, Jay, about the credit method for development of existing sites. That seems to be a sticking point for you. Were you involved in this policy development when developers were working with us?
Was I involved with introducing the policy or forming?
Or was it put to you?
Oh, look, I can't remember if it was put to me back in 2013. I was certainly working here in Rotorua then, yeah. Yeah.
And so not in the subsequent development of this DC paper?
No.
Thank you.
I do have a question, Brent, and it's around, so far, the brownfields, you're not happy with that, and you've made that clear, thank you for that. But for the residential, and you've cast your eye over that in relation to the developer contributions as they would apply to residential development, and looking at that, you think that they're applicable to that in the residential area?
Yes, we do. The thing with residential, it is bringing new people into town. A developer is going to subdivide sections. It is going to create an impact on services for those people, whether it be reserves, wastewater, water, stormwater. So we think absolutely our DC should be applicable to residential contributions, residential development. I guess the subtle difference is then you start doing it with industrial and commercial development, you're actually almost imposing a second or double dipping, as we've sort of said in my submission, in terms of you provided it, or a DC is available or provided or payable, I should say, on residential development, and then that person then goes to work, and then there's a development contribution associated with them as well. So that's where the difference is, as we see.
Thank you. Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. The first is, do you think that the amount proposed to be levied under the DC contribution of around about 10,000 per Huey is fair?
Incredibly difficult question to answer. Sorry, Councillor. Look, you have to, for the residential component, we'd have to take faith in the council staff having sorted that out and made it fair and applicable. One of the points we did make in the submission regarding the industrial and commercial side of things was there must be an end game, and therefore the council must be trying to achieve the right amount of development contributions to hit that end game. So you would hope that the council staff have worked through that to ensure that development contribution levy is correct.
Maybe I could just follow on from there as well. Is one of the problems with is the timing of all these consents coming in, or the levies coming in. When we're working with developments, we're sort of looking down the barrel of sort of 12 months ahead with some of our tenants, sometimes longer. For example, like if you look at what we're doing at Eastgate and what we're doing with Ebbett Motors. So you work with that tenant, 18 months out. And what our problem is in here is, if this is going to come in when you're talking about it to bring it in, it's going to. We're already dealing with some tenants at present for some future developments that we're looking at, and we sort of put an approximate development levy, what we think the Huey was going to be on these developments that we're looking at, and basically it shot them out of the water. The tenant, the out of town tenant, they couldn't have filled the rental role that was there, so that one of those developments is gone, and it's gone to Tareka. So you've got to be really careful about how you're loading everything up at present, and this is why we're talking. We sort of only deal in the brownfield space of industrial commercial. We don't get involved in residential development at all. I don't have a problem with greenfield. If it was a greenfield industrial development, say for instance, there was 20 hectares of land that gets developed into a whole lot of small 5,000 square metre lots. I get that's going to put pressure on the infrastructure, but I'm just my sort of to here today is just to talk about brownfields and the other thing that's sort of going on with development at present, and it's sort of not to do with development levies, but construction costs are just running completely out the gate, as you'll be all aware. Those three developments that we're running at present, we've had over 20% increases on those developments. We do all our commercial terms with our tenants up front 18 months ago, so we're wearing all those costs. So we go and throw another development levy on there, and it's just all too hard. So not only you'll see companies like ours withdraw in this market, but you'll see others. So I think it's got to a stage that the market just can't sustain anymore. The rents aren't going up; the rents are coming the other way. People say, well, why don't you just put the rents up? Well, you go and try and talk to a national property manager about putting the rents up. So that's, yeah.
Madam Chair, just one further question, and it's around timing in two phases. Timing of both the payment of the development contribution, if it was levied, and also the timing of the implementation of the policy. So under the current policy here, the implementation date is 1 September. So just your views around timing of the implementation of this, and also the timing of when the payment would be due as a developer.
Yeah, I suppose if it was to be implemented, the timing, obviously from a developer's point of view, would be at the end. Would prefer to have it, and that could be attached to 2D4 certificates or whatever's got to be done, code of compliance. So it's not as if the developer's going to run away and not pay that development levy. So in our case, if it was to be coming in, we would prefer it to be at the end, not at the beginning, from a cash flow point of view, because when the space that we're dealing in with, we don't start getting any income for any of our developments until we've got code compliance. So that sort of, does that answer your question with that, Sandra?
Yeah, and the second question was just, do you have any comment around the implementation time if development contributions were to be put in place, whether you have any comments around the 1 September implementation?
I think that needs to be a minimum of 12 months.
Thanks.
Yeah, that gives you time when people are out, like we're talking to people now with other developments, and it seems to be that 12 to 18 months that before we get them to an unconditional agreement to lease.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson, then Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett and Ray, welcome. My question was along the same lines as that last point, and you've highlighted and spoken to the short notice of this policy. You said there was a heads up in December last year. My understanding is it was signalled in the long-term plan that there was an intention to introduce a DC policy in year 2 of the LTP. So you've sort of, was that missed? Because it's in some of your other submissions as well. Was that missed or not taken on board in some of these discussions that have been had with future developments?
Yeah, I mean, it's been swirling around the development world for the last year or so about DCs coming in. I guess we just never knew if they were definitely coming in and what the value of that DC would be. And as Ray just sort of mentioned earlier, he's been working with tenants for the last 12 months ago. You have factored in a potential DC number. I assume you just had no idea what that number is, but you just have to factor it in because that's just prudent business sense. But I guess that's why we're sitting around, or you guys are sitting around the table at the moment, is to make a yes, no, or somewhere in between decision on this policy.
It's probably to answer that, Dave, is if we were to factor in something now that was in the long-term plan, and we don't know whether it's happening or not. It's not fact yet. Whereas if our competitor was not to factor that in, that's the difference of us winning the job and not. So that's why we don't factor anything in until it's hard coal being put through. We don't. Sure, we take it into account, but we don't factor it into it at all.
Thank you. Councillor Tapsell and Councillor Yates, and then we'll move into the next submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll keep it brief, and many of my questions have been answered, but thank you very much, Ray and Brett, for the contribution that you have made to Rotorua. We certainly want to see that ongoing, but I just have a question around the feasibility. So you've mentioned today, Ray, that you're sometimes looking at a 20% increase in costs. Your well-written submission also highlights some of those challenges. Will introducing a DC reduce the feasibility of some developments, knowing that already profit margins are being eaten away by inflation costs and even challenges with labour shortages?
Yeah, well, the answer is, I think I just said before that we've been working on a large development and it's gone because of where we factored the cost in and it was too dear. The rental for the development was too dear and it's gone.
Thank you. Councillor Yates.
Through you, Madam Chair, Neira te mihi kia korua. Awesome to see you here too, Ray. My question is probably for you, and it is back on the part 3J around the credit method proposed for the development of existing sites. And I'm just wondering if you could give us an example of what you might be doing with regards to that credit space and how that might look.
So the point of that credit system is there is a water, there's a wastewater and a stormwater levy. If you've got a site and let's say it is 50% covered at the moment, we'll just talk about stormwater, 50% covered at the moment. If the development Ray does turns it into 100% site coverage, then you have to pay a stormwater levy on that system, on that extra 50%. If Ray decides to develop the site less than that 50%, so let's say for argument's sake we go down to 25% site coverage, there is no credit for that for his DC. So he's helped the situation, but he's not getting any credit for it. And we were sort of arguing, well, actually that extra credit should be transferred over to the other ones. It just seems that council are taking but not giving anything back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask Ray, what's the brownfield potential like for Rotorua?
Oh, it's still good. It's all depending on costs that's out there at present. It's, as I say, everything. It's all to do with rental costs, and the rental costs have sort of have virtually stayed stagnant, and build costs have gone like that. So for developers like ourselves, we just can't get a return on our investment. So it's better off parking up and going to the beach while we wait for the things to level out a bit. But there is a lot of people. There is some big companies out there at present. We've got some big logistics companies that are talking to us, but it's very competitive because they're looking at other regions as well. So the logistic companies that are on the horizon that are looking here don't have to be here. They like to be in Rotorua, but it doesn't have to be. What seems to be being favoured at present is Tokoroa has been favoured as places for them to move to because it's a lot cheaper to do business with. Land is cheaper, costs are cheaper there. So that's where we're up against that. So it's a very competitive market because when you're dealing in this market with these national property managers, they're playing you off against all these other areas, and you've got to be trying to offer them the best deal to be there. And what happens when we sign for an example, going back to these 3 developments we're building at present, we're locked in for 15 years with those developments. So it's a huge risk for developers to be taking, and as much certainty as we can get is the best thing to go forward to try and get more brownfield development going there. And I think that's the way forward because we've got no greenfield industrial development, and that's what's really lacking in Rotorua. Is we need to, as councillors, you need to be, and it's been talked about for a long time, but there's nowhere to put these big developments. People that want a hectare of land to put a big logistics centre in, for instance, there's nowhere to go. They want to go now. They don't want to go 12 months, when it could be going through a resource consent. So this is a thing for in the future. I think you need to be really, really trying to concentrate on getting some stuff ready that's parked, ready with all the consents, so you can get those people to Rotorua and to say, look, we're ready to go. the land's consented, and then you'll get them. You'll get them.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Thank you. Well, thank you for that presentation. And Brett, sorry. We're moving now into the Pukerua Oruawhata. Thank you. Who's there? And the other. Well, morena, Malcolm and Mark, good morning. Nice to see you back in chambers again. Thank you. So we've got your submission, thank you, and so I'll let you just speak to it. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councillors again. This submission by Pukeroa is similar along the veins of what we just discussed with R&B Property Group. So again, I'll just try and hit the key points of the submission and then obviously happy to take questions after that. As you rightly said, I've got Malcolm Short, who's the chairman of Pukeroa next to me, Mark Gibb, who's also the CE of Pukeroa. So I guess the main point we want to raise of this submission here is that Ngāti Whakauī through Pukeroa have requested they be exempt from paying development contributions as recognition of the many contributions Te Arawa have already made through the establishment and growth of Rotorua. Ngāti Whakauī have gifted significant amounts of land for the establishment of Rotorua City and many of its reserves. And this has included the city centre land, surrounding reserves, hospital, racecourse land, etc, etc, etc. However, if there is no exemption to Ngāti Whakauī, then Pukeroa oppose development contributions in part, or the policy in part. Much along the lines of R&B, they do not support the policy as it relates to the development and redevelopment of existing commercial, city centre industrial land. And this includes extensions to existing commercial, industrial and city centre businesses and business land. Again, the redevelopment of the existing land should be encouraged by council. It's the type of development that greatly improves the visual appearance of our city centre, our commercial zones and our industrial zones. And the introduction of development contributions, as we have previously discussed, could be the difference financially between the site being redeveloped or remaining undeveloped or in its current state. Along the lines of Councillor Donaldson's sort of query earlier, Pukeroa does question the integrity of the credit method proposed for the development contributions, and as I sort of explained before, that where the issue we have with that credit system, or the lack of credit system, I should probably phrase it that way. So I think that needs to be given some consideration by council. We've also discussed in the line of questioning earlier was also about the short notice, the intent to bring in the development contributions. For a developer to prepare even the simplest of developments normally takes 3 to 4 months, and obviously you heard Ray before, that can stretch to 12 to 18 months. Developers are already likely to have made preliminary deals and arrangements in relation to the purchase or development of land. So, a rushed or a quick introduction of development contributions will mean they will not have an opportunity to properly plan or react to those changes. They've already fixed in those deals. So, just in summary, Pukeroa have asked that they should be exempt from paying any development contribution levies as recognition of the many contributions Te Arawa through Ngāti Whakauī and Pukeroa as its development arm they have already made to the establishment and growth of Rotorua. However, if introduced, a longer lead-in time for the introduction of development contributions is requested or required. If Ngāti Whakauī is not exempt, then the development contributions policy is not supported by Pukeroa as it relates to the development or redevelopment of already established brownfield city centre, commercial or industrial land. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to take questions from committee members. So, yes, Your Worship.
Good morning, and similar lines, but of interest to me, is there any development that Pukeroa wishes to undertake in brownfields in the inner city that this would impact upon and you'd pull the plug on?
Well, Mark might be able to answer what's in the pipeline, but in the past, obviously, Hope Upper House just across the way there, that's a recent, in the last maybe 3 years, I think it was, development. And I'm sure development contributions would have had an impact on that, especially given it's taken quite a while to sort of tenant that building.
Kia ora, and I suppose the other two obvious ones for us are firstly the lakefront land. So with the development of Wairiki, the QEH facility, there's around 50% of that land that's still available for future development from a brownfields perspective. And that's critically important from the city's perspective, as that is our front door, obviously, to the lake. And the other area is Rotorua Central Mall. So as you'll be aware, the mall was established by the group in the late 80s. There hasn't been a substantive redevelopment of the mall. And what we're seeing as a group is there is quite significant retail leakage that's occurring out of the city through to Bayfair and Tauriko. So the mall itself will need to pivot from what is ostensibly a domestic retail offering into competing at a regional level. So the viability of the cost structure that underpins redevelopment of that will be incredibly important for us into the future. And as Ray said, we are competing against other developments with other cost and development regimes. So, yeah, they will be two front and centre opportunities for the group, certainly in the short to medium term.
Thank you. I have a question. Actually, for you, Malcolm. In the past, we have had development contributions. Has Ngāti Whakaue in the past ever asked for an exemption, ever requested an exemption from development contributions? I'm not aware that you have made that request.
No,
Right.
we have not.
Fine, thank you. I mean, there wouldn't be anybody in Rotorua who resides within Rotorua in our district that doesn't know about the contribution that Ngāti Whakaue has made through the gifting of the lands for the establishment of Rotorua Township. But I just wanted to know if perhaps I hadn't heard of the request before, when we had previously had development contributions, if you had made that. So this is the first that we're hearing in terms of a request for an exemption from development contributions. Yes, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for your submission. I did note in here that you did say that the calculation process does seem complicated and subject to interpretation. So thank you for that feedback, and we'll certainly try to get it more simpler. But were you considering, instead of the HUEs, going to square meterage as an example? And then my second question is around the timing. So we've heard developments, you may plan for it 12 to 16 months out. Would that be an appropriate time frame if we were to establish development contributions, that it not be on the 1st of September, it be within 12 to 16 months? Would that be more acceptable?
Yes, great question. I think the nature of our business is probably slightly different. If I used, say, Ray Cook's business as a comparative, from an industrial-like commercial perspective, you might be looking at a 12 to 18-month window. From Pukeroa's perspective, the larger, heavier projects, for example, the lakefront and Rotorua Central, we're looking at about a 60-month feasibility window. So it will take us 4 to 5 years to go through feasibility, business case, funding, etc. One of the issues we are finding from a funding perspective is the banks are after a high degree of certainty around cost control. So issues such as development contributions, as they can come in, can have a substantive and material impact on your development. So the longer the horizon for notice, the better for us in terms of planning and absorbing those costs.
And if I could just sort of briefly touch on the first question you had around the square meterage versus the HUE calculations, it's important for a developer to know what their upfront costs are, and it is quite a complicated system when you take into account wastewater, water, stormwater, trying to work out percentages of how much percentage of your land is covered in buildings or hard stand area versus what you're going to do in the future, and then applying that calculation. Whereas if you just did it on a square meterage basis of a building or a impervious surface, then that may be a more simpler process, knowing that 1 square metre equals X amount of dollars or something along those lines. Previously, in the previous regime, there was a staff member at council that did offer that service, and so a developer could say, hey, roughly this is what we want to do, can you let us know what the DC is? So that facility was available 10 odd years ago, and I guess that was a useful tool at that point in time.
Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brett. My question is surrounding, as you've said through the second submission, I'll reflect back on the first one and this second one as well. In 2013, the challenges as opposed to 2022 are far different, as you had quoted. Then 9 years on, the world has moved into a different sphere now. So if user pays is levied in other cities, my question is, how long can the ratepayers subsidize the development of green and brownfields? Surely the developers must commensurate share of this cost. We do understand that Ngāti Whakāui have developed and gifted a lot of reserves, but where we are sitting in 2022, the cost of utilities, the cost of everything, where does it fare that there is a ratepayer cost that they do not benefit from when the developer can pass a user-based cost to whoever purchases the land or property?
Thank you. I guess the point we're sort of making is that the two entities I've represented today are still supporting development contributions on a residential sense, so there is still going to be an income for new people or new builds, also greenfield industrial or commercial development, so there is still going to be, well, we're not opposing that. So I guess that's the subtle differences. We are seeking no development contributions for that brownfield development. I've just lost my train of thought, but yeah, sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah.
But I could briefly add to that too. I think Councillor, just to extend on from your question, you know, whilst we acknowledge we're in a different world in 2022 compared to 2015, the genesis of the gifting of the land by Whakāui, Tarua and Pukeroa is really important here, and it could be considered to be double dipping by council if, on one hand, the land has been gifted on the substantive developments Pukeroa has made, which is, you know, we're an owner of 25% of the CBD lands. We've already forward invested in infrastructure. To be paying for that once again becomes a difficult proposition from an equity perspective to get your head around. And I think that's the nexus of the submission here is it reasonable and fair to be paying again?
Thank you. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. It's around the exemption which was on development contributions. Is Pukeroa also seeking a exemption in relation to financial contributions as well?
No, we're not. Well, Pukeroa is not. Obviously, we're here to talk about development contributions. That will be a discussion for another day through the district plan process for financial contributions.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, it seems to be, Brett, that Pukeroa Oruwhata, it's brownfields, the second time we've heard brownfields, obviously from yourself previously and then Mr. Cook as well. So brownfields is something that is concerning you as developers, Pukeroa Oruwhata specifically.
Well, I think it's just more the opportunity or maybe the the lack of opportunity. If there is contributions on existing land, they may have already paid a contribution prior to 2013, and then it's been developed, it's left in a state since then, the company comes along to redevelop it and they're having to pay another contribution. So there's that side of things, but there's also the opportunity that we can really revitalise our existing development areas and by the introduction of a development contribution policy may potentially jeopardise that.
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship.
I'm really interested in this credit and the development of the credit policy, and you talk about if existing infrastructure is there, such as stormwater, that you're paying twice in a brownfield development. Is there something that you would find as a middle ground there? If you are reducing stormwater runoff, for example, which is something that we want for environmental resilience, is that a criteria that you want brought into that policy?
Obviously, notwithstanding our initial point of not having development contributions at all for Pukeroa, but
I get it.
I think there should be a credit. If you're reducing the impact of stormwater, wastewater or water, the developer should get that credit. It shouldn't just be banked by the council. So I think that is the middle ground there.
You make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that. So that concludes that presentation. And the Stratum consultants, we have somebody else there? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing this morning. Sorry, this is I'll just have a look. Sorry. Good morning. I'm sorry, you've got me at a disadvantage. I've got Bart down here, but that's it. Good morning. From Stratum Consultants.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Councillor. My name's Bart Yetzinger. I am a surveyor and a director of Stratum Consultants Limited.
Thank you. Welcome.
So I'll start by saying that Stratum is a long-established firm of surveyors, planners and engineers. We've been in the Rotorua and Bay of Plenty area for about 50 years. Stratum has provided advice and support to clients carrying out all forms of land development, including rural, greenfield, infill subdivisions, commercial and industrial developments and civil engineering projects. We've reviewed the draft development contribution policy, and we think it'll have serious effects on residential, commercial and industrial development in the Rotorua district. Its introduction should be carefully considered by Council. Now, some of the points I'll go through in the submission have been discussed already, and so forgive me if I'm replaying some of the comments before. So overall, Stratum as a company opposed the development contribution policy in part. The first point we'd like to make is that Rotorua currently does not have a development contribution, and that is quite a unique point of difference for us as a district. Many of our clients are investors from out of town. They are looking at properties all over the country, and they see Rotorua with no development contribution, and that's a positive point of difference for them, and that's often a reason they look to and invest in Rotorua, because it, in a relative sense, makes development of land cheaper. We think this is a very real and significant positive point of difference for Rotorua. And although we're not saying a development contribution should not be introduced, we think that the point of difference should be considered when assessing or determining the amount of the contribution. My next point was the timing of the introduction of the development contribution. We believe it's ill-timed. The current economic status and environment of the country and the area is it's well documented. We're looking ahead, and things are not going to be as good as they have been, and so points that make it more difficult to subdivide, to develop, that's obviously going to be one more thing that will discourage development. The consultation period, and this is a point that's been discussed already. Assuming the policy is put in place, the council have indicated that the start date would be early September 2022. We see a lot of clients who are looking to develop land, and for them to work with that September date and get developments to a point where they can lodge an application or a building consent before that September date, that's not really realistic. In my submission, I've talked about all the things that you have to do to submit an application. They include, geotech reports, liaising with service providers, stormwater reports, preliminary surveys. Often for more complicated applications, there's the need to consult with other experts, contamination, noise, traffic, visual and landscape assessments. All of these things take time. Often an application could take easily 6 months to prepare and lodge. So with the introduction in September, that obviously doesn't give people time to react and properly plan. We've suggested all of these things take time.
We'll just get some.
We've suggested an introduction date of mid-2023 as a sensible introduction time for this policy. That would allow appropriate amount of time for developers and landowners to properly plan and plan for the introduction of the policy. My next point, G, was a proposal to split the development contribution between subdivision and the building consent. Assuming this policy is put in place for residential situations, we believe it's unfair for the whole of the contribution to be imposed at the subdivision stage. A fairer way would be to split the contribution between the subdivision and the building consent steps of the development. Example would be if the contribution was $10,000 in total, the council could charge $5,000 when the new vacant lot was created, and then charge the remaining $5,000 when the dwelling was actually built on the site. This is fairer because the purpose of a development contribution is to create a charge for the additional load on council services: sewer, water and stormwater. The subdivision, which creates the vacant section, does not actually create the additional load on the council infrastructure. It's the establishment and use of the dwelling on the site that creates the additional load. Therefore, the spreading of the payment of the contribution will create a payment system that better reflects the actual effects of the services on the services. My next point relates to the calculation of the development contributions for industrial and commercial developments. This is a point that was discussed previously in the earlier submissions. And my main point is that we want a system that provides a clear way of calculating the contribution. The methodology we think now is complicated and open to interpretation, and that's a recipe for disaster for developers. We also think there needs to be a way for a developer to request that council provides a calculated amount of the contribution in the planning stages so that they can put that into their budgets. Like Brett said, in the past, council had a staff member who had that role, and that was very helpful under the previous system. My next point relates to credits, and this is something again was discussed before. Basically, we, like our clients who we're submitting on behalf of, we think that credit system is unfair and doesn't allow for any, it's just basically council not giving credits back to the applicant when they apply. So in summary, overall, we only do not support the policy in part. We get that it has to happen. We just wanted to make the point that Rotorua is in a unique situation now where we have a point of difference to other cities and towns, and that's an important point of difference for us. We think there should be a longer lead-in time for the introduction of the development contribution. It was suggested mid next year. If introduced, we think it should be split between the subdivision and the building consent process. And if introduced, we think that the methodology should be as simple as possible. And also there should be an opportunity for a developer or a landowner to request what the development contributions are going to be during the design process, concept process. And if introduced, we think that the methodology should allow for the credits to be given back to the developer if they apply. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there will be some questions. Thank you. Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you, Bart, and you're certainly close to applicants. Interesting in submissions, you talk about our point of difference because we didn't have a DC, but other developers outside of Rotorua don't seem to be blinking at this because they're used to DCs. Do you think we've had the response externally as large as you think because we haven't had it?
A number of our clients are from out of town, and in a residential setting, they seem to gravitate to Rotorua. Partly it's because we've got our house prices are lower than other Bay of Plenty areas, but they also are aware that we don't have development contributions, and that's basically makes development $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 cheaper than in Tauranga, for example. So yes, I think it is a difference that people are aware of.
Thank you. Mr Thomas and then Mrs Trumper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. You know, there's a fair bit of similarity between the last three, so I've saved my questions for your presentation. I've just got a couple. The first one was just around, you'd raised various issues around the start date. You'd suggested taking it from 1st September 2022 through to mid-23. As an alternative, do you think that companies or developers would be comfortable with registering a project that they substantively have underway with council at that start date, if it was in September this year, so that they would be exempt from the development levies? You know, you've talked about a long lead time between starting a project and going for consent. So I'm just wondering if that might work as well, or instead of pushing out the start time? Because I'm aware the longer you push out the site time, the more opportunity for uncertainty there is.
So you said by registering an interest with council that
yeah. Well, just, you know, notifying council that that they have a project underway, not at consenting stage, but they are working on it. So we've heard, you know, the 12-month to 18-month lead time from Ray. So I'm thinking about those sorts of projects.
I think you'd be opening a can of worms if you had that sort of system. I think it's much easier to, I mean, currently the clock starts, if you like, when you lodge an application for subdivision or land use. And so it's the date of lodgement that, you know, if you want to avoid the development contribution currently, and if it starts on 1 September, you have to have your subdivision application lodged before that date.
Yeah.
If you wanted to register an interest, you know, I'm thinking that's going to be quite complicated in terms of defining, you know, at what point of the planning you are. I think it'd be much easier just to push the start date out till, you know, next year, and then people will have enough time to prepare and lodge an application before it starts.
Thank you. And I just have one more question.
No, thank you. I'm just going to, if you, councillors, could I just ask that you ask one priority question, please, because we don't have the time for umpteen questions. Make it succinct, and so that I can get through as many as I can. So thank you for your indulgence in that, but I am going to request that of you. Thank you, Mrs Trumper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just seeking some clarity around the credit and the fact that you've had a previous development, and I'm just wondering whether you've actually looked at that development on a pro rata basis, or you know, how old the lifespan is of the infrastructure, etc., etc. And with you redeveloping now, and you're a building that was 30 years ago, you know, policies have changed. We're in a different sort of world now, where we're monitoring stormwater, climate change, etc., etc. And I'm just wondering, why should the ratepayer foot the bill when there would be no return on investment to the ratepayer, whereas there would be for a developer? I'm just trying to get some clarity around that, if I can.
I think in a residential sense, we've said that we don't have an issue with the charging of a development contribution. It seems fair that if you are creating an additional load on the council services, that it's the council charges for that. In an industrial sense, there are arguments that say, you know, those loads are already there, and you know, doing a brownfield subdivision or a development on a site that is already serviced That's, the previous submissions and our submission, they're talking about, is that really fair? So for a greenfield or new development of undeveloped land, then got no problem with it, but it's the redevelopment that's creating the issue.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was along the lines of the Mayor's question, but the other way. So on the competitiveness side, you say you're active in the Bay of Plenty. Do you have clients who have developed in neighbouring TLAs that do have DCs, and what's been the point of difference going that way? Why is it availability of land, workforce, lifestyle? Any comments there?
That's a hard question. I think I have clients that have investment properties all over the country. One in particular has chosen Rotorua because it's a good place to buy property in terms of its competitive when you compare it with other regions, but also because it's a cheap place to develop land. And so I think just we need to bear that in mind and, keep whatever we can up our, make Rotorua as attractive as possible to those type of people. So, and having a development contribution that is lower than those other areas is an easy way to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Yates.
Morena Bart, and through you, Madam Chair. Great to see you. My question is around the split contribution, and what evidence do you have of that being successfully implemented in other areas, if you do?
I am aware that other councils charge some of the contribution on building consent stage. So it does happen in other areas. The other thing to note with going forward, we're going to have the MDRS policy, which is going to be in place by August, and that's effectively encouraging more residential development on existing blocks. And so council are going to be seeing additional houses built on existing titles. No subdivision is possibly going to be proposed. It's just going to be additional houses on existing titles. So the process of collecting development contributions as part of that building consent system will be in place and regularly used during that process. So I can't see in a mechanical sense, I can't see it being difficult to collect a portion of the development contribution at building consent stage, because that's going to happen regularly already.
Thank you. I do have one brief question for you, Bart. But this is around the calculation of the development contributions, and it's which alarmed me when you said it appears that it could be open to interpretation, which means anything could be slapped in. So why is it so, and you're questioning why it seems so complicated, because as developers and as planners, I presume you know what the component parts are that would be going into that. Mm-hmm. Could you not sit down and develop, work it out yourselves, or is it that damn complicated?
It's not complicated in a residential sense. That's easy. It's the industrial and commercial calculation that's more complicated, and it relates to making an assessment of what's already on the ground. An example that Brett used was the amount of site coverage and hard stand areas on an existing industrial site, and it would, there's differences in interpretation between what one person thinks is hard stand and what another person thinks is hard stand area, and that would come into the calculation of stormwater runoff. There'll be, I'm sure, other examples of the amount of sewer needed for a development, water supply. So all of those things in that industrial and commercial space are not a clear-cut thing. And what we're suggesting is that there be a process that a developer can go to council and say, look, this is what I want to do, and council come back with the estimate of what the development contribution will be, and then that gets discussed if required. If there's some confusion or debate about it, it gets discussed then, rather than later on, having an early estimation that the developer can use for his planning is very helpful.
Thank you, Bart. That was very helpful. Well, thank you for your presentation this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. Oh, thank you. Simon Webberson, and Simon, good morning. You're on Zoom. I hope you can hear us.
Good morning, I can.
Thank you, and we can hear you. So thank you, and look forward to hearing you this morning.
Thank you. So I'm Simon Webberson. I'm a director and shareholder of a couple of companies, Taipanui Holdings Limited and Taipanui Investments Limited, which are both focused on doing housing developments in Rotorua. We're a small-scale developer and holder. It's something that we do for a passion. We all have day jobs on top of this. And previous to focusing on Rotorua, we've done developments in Hamilton and elsewhere. At the time of us starting to do some developments in Rotorua, we considered Whakatane, Taupo and Tauranga, but we decided on doing it in Rotorua because we wanted to do infill housing near the city centre, and we wanted to increase the housing stock with new housing in that. So adding quality homes. And the key point of difference for us of coming to Rotorua was the lack of development contributions. In our time of doing developments in Rotorua, we have consented through our various entities 24 properties and 24 dwellings, all in the Res 2 area, and we are currently having plans to consent another 6 on another property that we've purchased. We have constructed 13 units. We are currently in the process of constructing 9. We are to construct 6, which is already consented, and of course, once we consent the last one, we'll be constructing that. And we intend to continue our pipeline. We develop these primarily to hold them as rental houses because of our purpose of trying to increase housing stock and quality homes. These are typically 2 or 3 bedroom units, and they're typically interconnected homes on these sites. So for us, our submission is actually partly a fundamental thing, which is that development contributions simply increase the cost to deliver new housing. When you increase the cost to develop new housing, you overall increase the cost of existing housing as well, because it is the marginal cost of a development. We are seeing significant price increases across the spectrum at the moment, and this is yet another one potentially. On top of seeing from when we first started doing developments in Rotorua, we have already seen significant increases in the actual cost to develop properties in these brownfield sites near the city centre. We've seen increases in charges from council. We've seen increase, basically at consulting rates as well. We have seen additional requests for reports, which at times have been said that they are box-ticking exercises, and these are material costs that we're talking about. And they haven't necessarily reflected a change in the outcome of any development that we do. This all adds cost. So our submission is quite simple. If you implement this, we will stop developing in Rotorua. We are only focused on infill housing. It is something which we don't want to see continued urban sprawl. Or if there is urban sprawl, that comes at a more of a significant cost to council. And the properties that we have taken one dwelling or no dwelling on some of these sites in the infill area has resulted in a significant increase in the rates that have been generated for council over a long term. So our submission is simple. Only implement it on greenfield locations. Do not implement it on brownfield.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you. So I'm happy to take questions. Simon, you came here to Rotorua. Well, you said that you've been investing here in Rotorua because other areas had development contributions. So I presume you'll be then looking around for other areas. You might be finding that there are so many other places just do already have, as you indicated, development contributions. We might be just a bit slower off the mark.
Yes, some of them otherwise do, but they also have pros and cons to other areas as well, other costs or lack of costs in other spaces. So it will be something that we consider.
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you, Simon. And I'm just really interested because you seem to be talking about these 24 plus homes that you've built here so far and developed. What would it add to the cost of each household unit?
So this is so if we have, for example, on a lot of these locations, we've typically had one dwelling existing, and then we've done subdivision, and then built, for example, 7 York Street is a development that we did. It had one old dwelling, and we constructed 5 2-bedroom, 2-bath with single garages on them. So under this policy, if we did that in the future, then that would see a significant uplift in cost.
Of around how much, Simon?
I actually don't have it on me right now, but I can calculate that.
Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. Simon, so that under the current policy, that would be roughly $10,000 per additional house based on the current development contribution policy. And given that you are doing infill housing and developing, I think you said 2-bedroom, smaller units, do you have any comment to make on the size of the dwelling, which is currently 72 square metres, for the calculation of the full HUI calculation for the house?
So we've been typically developing 2-bedroom units with the garage typically, and so the average size has been normally about 100 square metres for us. So can you please expand a little bit more on your question?
It's just that the full contribution would be payable on a dwelling that's more than 72 square metres. So for your dwelling, obviously that's not going to make any difference. You would be having to pay the full amount. But if you were developing smaller, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom units and things like that, would you have a comment on whether or not 72 square metres is too small, too big?
Well, firstly, if you had a garage, it would be definitely quite small. And so, when you walk around the city centre and you look at And when you talk to our tenants, security has become a very, very important aspect of what they're after. Having a garage, whether it's to store a bike or a car or other items, is a significant point of difference that people want. And so not having it is seen to be a negative. So if you were to have a unit that's less than 72 square metres, that's 2 bedroom, I think it would be what you'd deem to be on the lower end of quality of property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Simon. Just a question. Given that your strategy is to build infill and retain as a rental, do you see any relief from the medium density rules where you could not have to subdivide, just build the additional? And do you see yourself still getting hit at the building consent stage?
Well, if you're getting hit, you're getting hit. So for us, it doesn't make any difference because, you know, we're typically holding. We have sold some as part of our strategy for, you know, being able to build and develop more. But yeah, whether it's at the building consent stage or the resource consent stage, we just don't want to see it.
Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Simon. Thank you very much for actually raising the point around affordability and the significant challenges that we are facing with the cost of housing. With those people that you are helping out through your developments, because obviously although a development contribution would be charged to the developer, that's a cost that then gets moved on. So with the people that you are building for, would you see that as the development contribution as a hindrance to them being able to afford to be in this property in general? Because we do understand that it's a very fine line now between what people are getting paid and what they can afford to pay on either rent or mortgage.
Yeah, so if I turn that into sort of real money, the typical thing is for every $1,000 that you increase the cost of a development is typically an extra $1 per week that's required as a rent. So if you increase the cost by $10,000 per dwelling, basically to come out whole on a long-term average cost of borrowing, you would typically say that would require, you know, so $10,000 would require $10 extra per week in rent.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the Chair. Good morning, Simon. Simon, I've seen some of your developments and I think you're doing a great job for the city. My question is very simple. How do we cover cost of current spending on maintenance as well as look after capital?
Yeah, so can you just repeat the very last part of that, your statement there, or question?
How do we cover cost of current spending on maintenance as well as look after capital?
Yeah, so in terms of, you know, recognising that there's a financial challenge on council, I think, you know, typically in these brownfields, we're not typically requiring a lot of additional investment in infrastructure for the type of developments, at least that we're doing with this infill housing. So ultimately, you know, we're having significant increases in the amount of rates coming into council as part of doing these infield developments, and that is your mechanism to create more money to pay for that.
Oh, thank you very much, Simon, for appearing this morning. Thank you for your comments and also for the submission here that you've put in this morning. So thank you very much. Good to talk with you this morning. Thank you. So, Mr. Bob Martin, Morena Bob, no mai haramai. Morena Korua. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Your Worship the Mayor and our chairperson. I have a support person with me, Lynn Benfield. because I'm virtually probably 70% deaf, and I'm really struggling with it now. So if you could if you've got any questions, can you raise the volume a bit, please? It'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Bob. You can commence your presentation. Thank you. Good morning.
Madam Chairman, I don't intend to read my document that I've got here, but I would ask the people at the tables if they would like to answer or ask questions of me. I would find it a lot easier. But right at the start of my submission, you'll see that I've actually given a bit of history of what happened to us way back in 1983-84. And at that stage, I was, and a lot of other people in development as well, was not aware that there was a development contribution that would be required to have a sign-off to get a section title. And I was quite ignorant of that situation. And I'll just tell you one little story, if I could, before I start, is that I was walking across the subdivision at Nongataha at the top of Hall Road, and I had an axe, and I was banging in pegs, and an elderly gentleman turned up, and I didn't know him from a bar of soap, and he said to me, "What are you doing, young fella?" I said, "Oh, I'm going to put a subdivision up here." He said, "Good for you." He said, "Can I give you a tip, please?" I said, "Oh, anything to do with subdivisions, yes, please." He said, "By the time you're finished, you'll be the ugliest and oldest bastard in Nongataha." And by golly, I think you're looking at him right now. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, you have put in a full submission, and there may be some questions of clarifications for you and points that people might like to ask questions. So I'm happy to, councillors, committee members, if you'd like to. Yes, Your Worship.
Good morning, Bob and Lynn. Nice to see you here. My question is, what do you see as the right incentive for stimulating infill housing, tiny homes, and enabling affordable housing?
I don't know really how to answer that question, to be honest with you. The problem that I have basically is that in my written document here, I've actually said I support the contributions. I don't support all the contributions, and I also question the dollar amount. First of all, I've got an error in here. I said that the three waters that the council had voted on it when I actually wrote this. The three waters didn't go to the council until just recently when Stravos put the information before the councillors and was almost unanimous from you people. You voted accordingly. I would like to compliment and thank Stravos for the way he actually conducted that, because it's not an easy situation to go into a council, sit before your peers and actually say, this is how I see it. So I think he did, as an employee, an splendid job. The issue I do have, basically, if I may carry on, is stormwater. I don't have a problem with it, but wastewater, stormwater and ordinary water, I don't have a problem with a contribution, but stormwater, sorry, I'll go back. Wastewater is, I support a contribution. The reason being, as I've explained in here, stormwater and ordinary water, you can get rid of it without any problems. But wastewater has got what shouldn't be in water. So I believe that the contribution should be set only on the wastewater from when you flush your toilet. I also think that we should be in a situation where we should be talking to other councils, so that we can work a combination that we can actually combine to make it cheaper overall. And I'm thinking of the process of, and you've read here, I've said, what happens when we get to 100 people or 100,000 people in Rotorua? Are we going to put it up onto some Maori land again and drown some more Maori land? I don't want to see that again. I want to see this wastewater piped out of Rotorua in a conjunction with other areas like perhaps Papamoa, Kawarau, and those smaller areas that really can't afford to be in standalone situations. We're in almost the same situation. Standalone is damn expensive. So we've got to look at a positive way. I would like to see that wastewater actually piped to the Kaituna and goes down the Kaituna as clean water out to sea, combined with all those other small councils. I know it's not going to happen overnight, but if we carry on the way we're carrying on, little by little, and we seem to be working on basis of every 30,000 people we've got to change something or charge something, we need to be smarter. And I think that's what we need to do, as a combination of putting us all together. Madam Chairman, really that's all I've got to say. Basically, I do support contributions for for water and stormwater, but not wastewater. You've got to rethink the process through and then set it. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn, would you like to make a comment? I see you sitting there. Would you, if you care to make a comment, or? No, thank you. I think if there are no... Councillor Maxwell, did you have a question? Yes, open, yes, definitely.
Tuatahi ke te mihi, shout a bit louder, Bob.
Yes.
Tai hoa. Tuatahi ke te mihi o kia koe te rangatira. Bob, good to see you back here in the chamber again, but I'm looking at you as a developer, somebody I respect. When you were on council here, at the time we made decisions of no DCs being free, but we all know the world has changed, Rotorua has changed, even Nongata has changed. But hearing you come out with an open heart saying support some of the DCs being water and stormwater and that, do you think that is feasible, that we can separate? Do you know of anywhere else that it's ever separated, whereas those to us go together? Thank you.
Thank you, my mate. Councillor. I'm aware of some parts of Australia actually do it. I can't tell you where, but I know when, I think it was Glenys and our engineer went for a trip over to Australia and looked at certain systems like that. Yeah. I honestly believe at this council, because we're an inland council, we're not by a sea, have got something to actually give to all the community of New Zealand and possibly the world. And we need to start perhaps budgeting on that situation. So we're thinking smart so we can go out with an actual foolproof system. We can't carry on what we're doing at the moment. Now, we mentioned that I was the one that's sitting in council and said we don't want DCs because it stopped subdivision. I've got another mate up here that was a councillor, and he said it was quite funny. After we stopped DCs, nobody did any subdivisions after that. The reason why is because we all ran out of money. And I've mentioned in here about myself, Hunts, and I forgot about the previous speakers that was on the screen. We're the only ones that have survived it. Ngāti Whakaue and other people have come in later on. And if you have a look, the big developers that we had in Rotorua in the 70s and 80s have disappeared, and I've talked about Sunline Homes out at Nongataho that did the top piece of Hood Street. I talked about the Beasleys. They're all gone, packed up and left. We need them. We need people like that with that experience.
Thank you. And the final question. Thank you, Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Bob. Thank you very much for all the years of advice you've given me while you were in the last term as part of the rural community. So really appreciate your mentoring. My question today is, DCs help to pay for upgrades to existing and new community facilities to accommodate the city's growing population. Now, if you look at Rotorua, in the last 10 years, over the last 30, 40 years, Rotorua's population had gone down. Now we are probably at the most that it's ever been. And the population on the last 5, 7 years, due to immigration growth, has seen Rotorua's population go up. So how do we facilitate for this growing population if we are not going to, as a council, find new contributions?
If you have a look at the population that's gone up, how much of that population is actually us? We're talking Rotorua people within our own ranks. A lot of the population is actually come from other areas, and you're well aware of this, and we're trying to support them. The way that we're supporting it at the moment is through taxation and actually asking the government, or the government's telling us what we'll have. And they would like to take over all the subdivisions. Why the heck didn't the government come back way back in the 90s? It doesn't matter which party was in Parliament at the time, and see that problem that we have. This is not fair, what is happening in Rotorua right at the moment. Not one of the government's organisations has ever stepped on my doorstep and said, Mr. Martin, I see you've still got about 500 or 100 sections up there that we could develop. No, they've never come near us. And I saw Benfield go through the same situation. Don't want to know about it. We went out privately to try and see if we could get support from from the government over a period of time. Nobody wanted to know us. But now they've got the cheek to come back into Rotorua and start saying, oh, we'll do all these homeless, look after the homeless people, and we'll start building subdivisions. We are the people that they should have been talking to, because I've been paying bloody high rates on residential land to this council for quite some time, and we've never been looked at. And it really works me up over the system. So I hope I've answered the question, but that's the actual facts that's taken place. We have got a lot of private people here that can do it, and some of them are sitting behind me a few minutes ago that have got the land. We don't need to go to golf courses or anything like that. So that's how I feel about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bob. And so that concludes the time for your presentation, but thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mike. Come up to the table. Yep, spot on. Thank you.
I beg your pardon. I saw the red. Sorry. I won't repeat that. So I have indicated in my submission that I do not support the draft proposal of development contributions, particularly right now, as it would be undoubtedly, as far as I'm concerned, the wrong time to implement further charges to a sector, the building industry in particular, that is in a pretty fragile state at this point of time. And let's face it, the building industry in Rotorua and nationally is not only facing a reduction in demand across the board, but there are many headwinds ahead of what that they're all facing. You know, I'd just like to run through a few of the factors. In particular, there's a global recession threatening us at this point of time, which, if and when it does hit us, it's going to have a significant negative impact. The faltering New Zealand economy. The signals are there that New Zealand economy is certainly struggling at this point of time. There's a negative perception of Rotorua. Rightly or wrongly, it is in fact the case. There's a desperate shortage of builders, not just in Rotorua, but in New Zealand at this point of time. There are material price hikes ongoing. There are shortages of product. And that applies both to residential and commercial land. So consequently, we have an industry that is plagued by cost escalation and compounded by delivery delays. We need look no further than what is happening with the Aquatic Centre in Rotorua, plus the other buildings being developed. The issue of residential development worries me, because I see that the council has indicated that they wish to build 6,000 houses over 10 years. I would suggest that figure is somewhat aspirational, given the current circumstances and the likelihood of a further decline in demand across the board in New Zealand and Rotorua. So, I would suggest that, given the current consents of residential housing in Rotorua is currently around the 280 to 300, to double it to 600 per year is totally unrealistic. Firstly, as I've previously mentioned, the availability of the labour force. I just cannot see a labour force being around which will enable us to attain that 600 houses. Social housing is another issue as far as I'm concerned, and I believe, rather harshly I guess, that it is a government issue. The government have got us in this position at the moment with the homeless, and I believe it's really an issue that the government should be requested and told that we should not have our ratepayers in Rotorua bear a cost of what is happening at the moment. CBD development, I would have concerns if we proceed with the development contributions, because that will only act as a disincentive for future growth of the CBD. And we will unfortunately see a continuation of the rather rundown and unattractive appearances that we see today in our CBD. Greenfield and Brownfield developments, I think that's quite straightforward in most people's eyes. Brownfield should be free of charge, whereas Greenfield there should be charges, yes, if and when implemented. So given all those points I've raised, I strongly believe that any decision to proceed with the DCs at this point of time would certainly restrain the future development of our city. Furthermore, The relatively small income proposed of around $3 million per annum would be significantly outweighed, I would suggest, by the potential loss of business for Rotorua. Thank you. Welcome any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mike? Oh, Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, thank you, Mike. Welcome. Good to see you back here. Mike, you proposed that at this stage that if we do charge any levies, they'll be not good for the growth of the city. I ask, what other alternative levies that we can look in, and when is the timing right? Who's got a crystal ball?
That's a good question. I would suggest that at least 12 months before it is reviewed again, because I can suggest that we're going to have a tough time in the next 12 months. And then I guess it would rather depend on the changes or any likely improvement in the economy in the future. And I think development contributions is certainly the way forward, but right now, not appropriate.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Morning, Mike. Did I hear right when you proposed that there is a suspension of DCs for inner city development, which would include Pukiro Orua Whata that came to the table?
What was the word you used?
A waiver. You said you support taking away the DC for inner city brownfield development.
I support the principle of DCs for brownfield developments. Sorry, I don't support, I beg your pardon, I do not support DCs for brownfield developments, including the CBD. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Mike, look, I just have a question, and you've mentioned about timing, and look, 2 years ago in 2020, the whole world was turned upside down, and so we didn't know what was going to hit us. And of course, we know now that hopefully things are going to bounce back pretty smartly with the borders opening, etc. But it's when is ever the, and I think it comes back to what Councillor Kumar asked about the right time to do things. I mean, we've just had a presentation from someone who said that he comes to Rotorua because we don't have DCs. So other places obviously had those DCs in place, Mike, I presume, prior to 2020. So one could say we're either behind the 8 ball, but there's never really a good time, and our community could bounce back within another 2 years like we've never seen before, and I do hope so. It is aspirational, our numbers for the numbers for housing that we want to see and development. So there's never really going to be an ideal time to introduce anything like development our contributions. Is there really development contributions?
I understand where you're coming from, but I certainly don't necessarily agree. I do believe that we're going to have tough times ahead. The social housing issue is obviously going to rear its head again, and we haven't seen the end of that, unfortunately, and that will have a significant impact, I would suggest. So, yes, good question. Time will tell.
Thank you. Councillor Yates and then Councillor Donaldson.
Through you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Mike. Great to have you here. You just mention in the Rotorua economic development part in here, another factor that contributes towards any future development in Rotorua is the ongoing shortage of industrial land, which we've also heard about this morning.
Yes.
As a result, but in here you mention, as a result of Māori policy of not selling the land. Could you explain what you mean by that? Because I wanted a better understanding.
Well, my understanding has always been that iwi are reluctant to sell their land full stop. And I believe that has led to the current position we are in Rotorua, where there is a shortage certainly of industrial land, commercial land, yes, and to a lesser extent residential.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Mike. Always enjoy a debate with you, but I'm not allowed to debate. You challenged the target of 6,000 homes over 10 years as being aspirational, and you foresee a decline in demand. But you heard Mr. Martin earlier say the government failed to act in the 1990s when he had development-ready land. And also, I'm aware that Stats NZ in 2004 predicted our population would reach 5 million in 2050, and we got there 30 years before that. So what do you base a decline in demand on?
I think a factor that hasn't been raised is immigration from Rotorua. There are many people departing our city for whatever reason they wish to, and that's not going to change overnight. So I believe that is a factor that should be taken into account.
Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, and thank you very much for your submission and presenting today, Mike. My question, I was thinking earlier when I read your submission too, and it's really just around that demand and supply. So we do have that evidence base that we are in urgent need of supply of homes because the demand, unfortunately, has just been so high with our population increase. So I do push back a little bit on that, but you've been very clear around you do not want that for brownfield developments. Now, is that for all sorts of developments? Because we're looking at either big developments through apartments and smaller dwellings, or even some of our wider areas, our residential areas. So I suppose that question as well, with you being so clear that you want to help enable brownfield development, do you see an importance of that, of being within the sort of inner city residential areas?
I'm not quite sure where you're coming from, Tanya, sorry.
So do you, through your submission of being clear of supporting brownfield developments by not having DCs for them,
yes.
Is this, but having DCs for greenfields, is this because you are wanting to have more opportunities of developments in residential areas in the inner city in particular, as opposed to if we were to go
in the CBD area or inner city you're referring to,
yes,
or the CBD?
Yeah, CBD.
CBD.
Yes.
We are in desperate need for future developments, yes, in the CBD, which I'm suggesting the development contributions, if implemented, would not help. Yes, we need, I confirm we certainly do need that development in the CBD, yes, residential and commercial.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mike, for presenting this morning. Thank you so much. Kia ora. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Mark and Dennis Caves, representing the Rotorua residents and ratepayers. It's a nice big submission that we have here. Thank you. And so, so you've got a good 15 minutes, and I'm going to allow some leeway on that to take us up to probably 12:30, so that you, and if there are any questions. So nice to see you again, Mark. Welcome back to Chambers, and good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm going to take off the mask. You've got a sign downstairs saying you should wear it, but if you want me to wear it, I'll put it back on.
It's quite all right, but please feel free to take it off.
Submission to Rotorua Lakes Council Draft Development Contribution Policy 2022 to 2031 by RDRR. Good afternoon, Your Worship, the Mayor, Councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Gould, and this is the submission on behalf of RDRR with over 1,100 members. With me is Dennis Caves, a former councillor. This is the policy of the majority of RDRR members and not necessarily my private views. With the 14-page submission, how many councillors have read the document? RDRR does not want DCs to fund three waters. RDRR supports reasonable DCs being collected by Rotorua Lakes Council. We want a level playing field. Please update Rotorua Lakes Council vision, priorities and practices. We We note rates have increased by 50% since 2013, and councillors need to understand financial management with the DCs and other expenses by Rotorua Lakes Council. RDRR does not want DC funding's unnecessary costs to burden the increasing financial contributions. Views of RDRR members were requested by the 10th of June 2022, with the submission closed by Rotorua Lakes Council on the 16th of June 2022. RDRR notes more homes are needed. We note at present an increase of homeless and crime inflation rates running at approximately 6.9%. RDRR notes that at present Rotorua is having a ruined reputation and tourism is struggling. Rotorua Lakes Council needs to be careful how DCs are charged. Figures in the different graphs on RDR's submission shows different levels. RDRR also notes the Treaty of Waitangi established a special relationship between the Maori people and the Crown. Please read questionings, the Rotorua Lakes Council DC plan on page 5 of our submission. RDRR sees DCs as inflexible and unresponsible financial management. DCs are needed to pay for essential services such as footpaths, playgrounds, mowing verges. Realistically, developers, and that includes all developers such as Kāinga Ora and other social housing providers, should not be given concessions by Rotorua Lakes Council. RDRR does not believe it is possible to build 6,000 houses by 2030. Land issues, building issues, lack of trades, people, e.g. qualified building and housing materials. This 2030 vision needs to be changed. RDRR applauds the decision by Rotorua Lakes Council to overturn the Three Waters decision. We appreciate the decision by the councillors, which happened a few weeks ago. RDRR notes that the Rotorua Lakes Council has steadily increased charges for a range of consents and related services since 2013, undermining the viability of possible sector developments. DCs add to the cost of homes and businesses. Affordable housing. Question: do you waive Rotorua Lakes Council fees to make these homes cheaper for the homeless? If this happens, other sectors will need to pay for these services or future rates on these properties. Different types of developments will require different DC charges. Page 11 of our submission. Councils has the power to outline in section 208 of the Local Government Act 2002 to withhold a certificate of title, withhold code of compliance of building, withhold service connection, register the DC as a charge on the title of the land. Developers have the right to appeal the DC charges. RDRR recommends that the Rotorua Lakes Council takes expert advice on the impact of financial management. RDRR would like to thank the Rotorua Lakes Council for the ability of presenting the submission.
You right?
Yeah, you go. This is Dennis Case.
Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. Mark's just mentioned that I've had 21 years on a local authority with considerable activity in coastal subdivision and intensified inland developments. So I have an opinion which is endorsed by RDRR. I am a ratepayer in the Rotorua district. I have the opinion that councils must ensure that developers' contributions ensure that contingent costs do not impact on current ratepayers who funded the initial capital developments and assets with the ongoing maintenance. If developers are connecting to services, I realise their plan, the developer's plan, is basically at minimal cost of compliance to realise their asset and make an attractive profit. So most residential developers, as mentioned, require the extension of services and ancillary and contingent services, footpaths, curves and all those sort of things that have been mentioned. I'm just trying to summarise my notes. Well, finally, I should state that the contingencies capital cost must fall on developers as future ratepayers will meet the maintenance. And our members, the mass of general consensus is an insistence that neither public nor private sector developers should be given concessions specific to each development without secret sales of council assets at agreed prices, thereby transferring wealth from the ratepayers at a pace that's already been indicated, approximately 50% increase on rates that were paid in 2013. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm sure there will be some questions. Your Worship?
A question, Mr Caves, about your comment about secret sale of land. To whom, in your view?
That's what I've read in the Daily Post.
All right, well, we'll go to the next question to Councillor Gould. You're acknowledging that we need 6,000 homes, and that's great. So what's the solution for building those 6,000 homes?
Sorry, Madam Chair, point of order, technically that's not relevant to development contributions. Perhaps if it was worded differently.
So do you see the development contribution as aiding or abetting the build of 6,000 homes?
Affordable housing, yes it is, because it just adds cost onto the particular housing. What I suggested in my report was that the fees should be waived for affordable housing and perhaps other sectors pay for it, either other sectors or in future rates. The issue with the 6,000 houses is that we don't have enough tradespeople, don't have enough builders. We've probably got land issues where the subdivisions have to be signed off and sorted out very, very quickly. You know, you've said it's now 2022 and you said your vision is 2030, that's 8 years. Some of those subdivisions take a long time to go through the process, as there can be appeals by different people which can be dragged out through the court process.
Thank you. Councillor Yates, then Councillor Kaifong.
Through you, Madam Chair. Tēnā kōrua. Mr Gould, you said no to contributions to DCs, but Mr Cave, you said yes. So I'm a little confused. Which one are we looking at here, or is it a part of?
RDRR view is that they should charge reasonable DCs. My personal views are different because my family were developers in Rotorua were developers between 1926 and 1980. My mother's family.
Oh, sorry. If I could comment, Councillor Yates. RDR are not opposed in obstructing development contributions. The clear message that we've been given by 1,100 people who followed through 3 drafts of all the comments that we received is that they do not want contingent costs of development falling on the current ratepayer. The current ratepayer has established the services which developers want to extend or connect to. And that should be a development cost, not a ratepayer cost.
Thank you. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dennis and Mark. I have to say I actually found the submission that you've just presented now quite confusing. So just to kind of unpack it, you're saying that if we use the analogy of Greenfield, Brownfield, so Greenfield developments, you're saying yes for both residential and commercial?
That we support development. We're not obstructing development.
But you do support development contributions?
Of course.
So that's for both,
To ensure that the contingent costs
doesn't fall on the...
do not impact on a current ratepayer.
Right, so there is an agreement that development contribution should be levied, and then you said we support reasonable development contributions. So do you have a comment to make on the amount that's suggested in the policy that is going to be levied per household?
If I was to answer that, I'd say no, we haven't gone into assessment of costs and things like that. We're just a voice for 1,100 members who have views on development and costs that impact on ratepayers. We haven't made any assessment of what your development charges should be. We've used the word reasonable.
What the RDRR submission in the 14 pages said also that every project needs to be treated differently. There may be cases where there are charges are reduced or charges are increased in certain areas.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Kia ora, Mark. Kia ora, Dennis.
Kia ora.
Two quick questions. One is, what do you mean by expert financial advice? And the other question was, the secret sales, did that come from a letter to the editor or a respected reporter?
The financial advice is that the councillors around the table should understand what the financial implications of a particular cost will be, of a particular charge. They've got to realise what the future charges would impact on the Rotorua Lakes Council statements and balances. And sometimes you might see something in front of you where the government's given you X amount of dollars, but you don't realise in 2 or 3 years' time that the cost is going to be huge for the Rotorua Lakes Council.
Thank you.
And the other one?
Oh, yes, you have another one.
And the other question, the secret sales, was that, you said the Daily Post, was that a letter to the editor or from
I
a
just can't,
respected
I
reporter?
couldn't define that at the moment, but the local democracy reporter would probably be able to answer that question for you.
Thank you.
I've read the information.
Not really. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Dennis. Good afternoon, good afternoon, Denny. Good afternoon, Mark. Good to hear your submission. Mark, my question is around you suggesting that the RDR say that there should be several formats of how we should look at charges depending on what the case is. I believe the council normally sets out a uniform chart so that it's applicable to everybody and so that people can understand that, hey, look, maybe, I don't know, as far as if you had a pet, like for example, a dog, a large dog fees is this and a medium-sized dog is a poodle would be this. How do you, because you've made it very, I mean, it could be a good thing, but you haven't come up with any suggestion as to how the program would roll out if the council were to. Do you suggest that that's too broad?
No, it's not too broad, but the decision is actually is made by the Rotorua Lakes Council. It's not made by RDRR. So sometimes we have views which are against council policy and vice versa. The charges you mentioned, you just need to go back to 2013 and see how much the other charges which have been increased by council over the period of the 8 years.
Thank you. Supplementary to that, we heard on the other side that a lot of developers say that they will leave the city if these charges are employed. But if you keep going back to 2013, how do you compare that to the cost of what is now and going forward? The cost of petrol in 2013 was $1.68. Today it's about $3.58.
What we're saying, you just need to be very, very careful about the DC charges. Sometimes you can put developers off. Rotorua cannot afford to put developers off from developing in Rotorua. If you make it too hard for the developers, they will go somewhere else. So then Rotorua does lose. So we're actually at a crunch stage where we have to be very, very careful with what we do. And also the council has to be very careful what it does because of this financial burden with the council debt and what the future debt is going to go in 200 years. You know, today's paper they announced that there's a shortfall of the aquatic centre of $8 million. You've got the museum, you've said somewhere between it's going to be $20 and $30 million more. So really you've got very little to work with.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Thank you, Mr. Caves. Thank you for coming in this morning. And what we're trying to do here is to look at being fair right across the board, obviously to the developers. Every generation should bear cost of development. We know that. And so, but thank you for your very full submission this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration of our 14-page document.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councillors and Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll take a recess, our lunch recess now, and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you. A written submission, and it's nice to have you speaking to that to us today. So thank you very much. Kia ora.
The technology. Kia ora. Tēnā tātou.
Just use the microphone. If you press the button, and the green light will come up, and if you just pull it close towards you, so we can, because we are being live streamed as well. Thank you.
Okay. So I understand that people have had time to read the submission.
Yes, we usually have about 15 minutes. Yes.
And
but we have read yours. If you want to just speak to some of the important points, or I'll leave that up to you.
Yes. So I would like to just kind of summarise 3 particular points in there. One of the points that is the favourite pet talk of Ngāti Rangi Wewahi is where is the water coming from on the Nongataha side for the housing intensification? The other area that we want to talk about is that is there consideration for better alternatives for water use in terms of grey water rather than just using all the beautiful potable water, and want to talk about the contribution cost or footprint for the village, for village development and stuff like that too.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Tēnā tātou. Kahuariki has just asked me, do we want to introduce ourselves? Yes. And there are a couple of councillors that we're not totally familiar with. So I'm Te Rangi Kaheke Putwa, iwi member of Ngāti Rangi Wewahi.
Kia ora. Kahuariki Hancock. I also am an iwi member of Ngāti Rangi Wewahi. I currently return to help with the joint resource consent and leading the Taritaiao unit now. So hence the questions around the environment.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Your Worship.
Well, thank you, and thank you for covering the 3 aspects. The one that we're particularly interested in is what impact does it have on you for your development aspirations with the introduction of a DC?
I think it sits with the 3rd point that Kahuariki raised in terms of in our past work with Council, when the new waste system was introduced, we had done a little bit of work with Gina Muhi around expanding the idea of our Auaho village footprint, because our families are mainly based in Nongataha, Auaho and Hamirana in terms of the Nongataha water supply. What is the point there? The reason that we wanted to, even when that new waste system was introduced, was just to get council familiar with our families up to Central Road, and we were able to, well, not that we caused it, but we were part of the support to extend the waste system past the Hamirana Road Bridge. And I think that's the point, is although we're slightly different to Ohinematu and Whakarewarewa, we are rural, and for us, we don't end when you leave Gloucester Road. Our families are actually spread out. So that is the key point in terms of when our families on their multiply owned Māori land want to start developing and building houses, how is that going to impact in terms of the development contribution? I think Kahuaraki, in our briefing, whilst there is some allowance for, I think, marae building itself, and actually when we built Te Ao Ngahoro, I can't remember whether there was a development contribution or was it still waived at that time. So it's not just about Awaho in terms of Tarimano marae. It's actually the wider village and then beyond where our families are and where our undeveloped Māori land is, and the majority of it is multiply owned Māori land. So I think for me that's the key in terms of that, the 3 points. That would be the impact. Our families probably just can't even afford it. Yes. I shouldn't generalise, but that's my sense of feeling. If you visited Awaho recently at our world famous Awaho Activities Club, we've got a few mushroom houses coming up because our families are finding themselves with little to no alternative in terms of renting and or owning homes in town, and they're drifting home. So that's part of our reality. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Yates.
Through you, Madam Chair, nei rā te mihi kia kōrua, but I just want to actually declare that whilst I am an iwi member, I'm also a trustee of Tawake Heimoa Trust. But as a trustee, this submission has been put through by our Tari Taiao on behalf of Te Maru o Ngāti Rangiwahi. So I don't believe that I do have a conflict in listening to the hearing today. Koira noi ho tāku, kia kaha.
Any other questions? Anything further in your report that you want to highlight for us?
I think I'm going to try and expand a little on the greywater concept. We've sort of run into, in the past, I think we've mostly cleared that away with one of our whanaunga iwi on the east side of town when we supported council's wastewater planning and strategy, and I believe Gina Mohi and our two kaumātua, Rauroha Clark and Ngāmaru Rairi Nō, we're also on the kaumātua consultation group, I'm not sure what you called it. And our whanaunga iwi on the other side sort of, what do you think you're doing? And our response was, well, we're on the other side and our beautiful, how many year old spring water is being used to flush wharepaku. So from that, and that's one part of it. The other part is, you'll know that Gina Mohi over the years has been on a mission, having lived in Awaho, and where we in Awaho get rated on water consumption, whereas my house and Kahu's house in the Ferry Springs side of Kotu, we get rated and we can waste water, and we just pay that general consumption rate. And so it's a very age-old raru for our villagers, for Ngāti Rangiwahi, and particularly those who live in Awaho, Central Road and right down to Hamirana, where they feel like they're paying for their own water. And while we've resolved some of those things in terms of the marae, thank you, we pay for utilities and not necessarily the water anymore. And we do appreciate that. What's that got to do with greywater? I think just being conscious that people like Tom Bidwa will go to his grave fighting the fight to be treated the same as the urban water supply people in terms of rating. And we are interested in And I think we're getting better at it, but it's still not ideal. I know that the new, and there are 3 key ones right on top of Rangiwewehi, huge housing developments coming in, and those developers are learning to retire land and do all the planting. I'm not sure that it's going to be quite enough, hence our interest in alternative systems around grey water. Am I making sense? I am to me. So that's why that one's raised. It has multiple complexities in it. We know it's not straightforward, but for Awaho, those are the main concerns.
I think just to add to that quickly, it's really important that we have a sensible look at the longevity of water and around the whole water metering, the whole conservation strategy of water, not just so that we limit our waste, I guess. If we're talking about a sustainable city, then water is very much a part of that resource. Anyway, tēnā tātou.
Kia ora. Yes, Councillor Maxwell.
I just want to stand up and thank my sisters for coming in and participating in the processes that Council has, and that is why we have this wonderful, warm relationship with our tribe and Rotorua Lakes Council that wasn't there before, but you can see why. It is so much different than that now. And in front of you are some of ngā wāhine who actually roll their sleeves up and do the work. Ngā tāne ki Ngāti Rangiwewehi, we do the kōrero, but these are the workers. And you can see why. And I share with what my niece Mercia said earlier. We don't have a conflict of interest at all. We proudly belong to our tribe, and we're also proud of the fact, and for some of the other council that might not have met them before or are unaware, a week from now, we are so proud that down in Palmerston North at the local government conference, we are a finalist. Even just being a finalist is tremendous, but hey, be great for the big one. But we're very proud of that fact, and all I can also add is that it is something that we're going forward there next week, a joint one with our Ngāti Rangiwewehi and the council. But long may that wonderful partnership be with us for a long, long time. But thank you, sisters, for coming in and taking part in the process. Tēnā pai tō kōrero. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, may I just do a shout out for our young people? So we're just going to make a little admission. We're the ring-ins. The submission was written on our behalf by our younger iwi members who we'd like to think our by osmosis, what do you call it, succession plan? And just to give them credit for the submission. And unfortunately, Kataraina, Pihera Ridge, ended up with COVID. So we won the coin toss. But I do want to give them the credit that they deserve for this submission. Kia ora rā.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā korua, ladies. I just had a question around the marae footprint. You have in your submission the agreed marae footprint. Before I ask my question, I just wanted to also acknowledge the work of Gina and the contribution of Gina and my old friend Ngamaru on the Mātauranga Māori panel, as we called it, over the wastewater scheme. The marae footprint agreed. Is that agreed with council, or is that set, pardon my ignorance, by the Murray Land Court? How is that established?
What a great question. We know how we'd answer it. Māori Land Court would define it as the two, so it's actually two parts of reserve. Tarimano Marae is made up of two sections. One part that the Te Ao Ngāhoro dining room sits on, and the other part that Tawake Heimoa Tupuna Whare sits on. And then, of course, you have the back section just beyond the Kohanga Reo, where the Awahau Activities Club occupies that space. And that's the third individual section that makes up what we call the Awahau Marae, or Tarimano Marae. The village itself, once you hit Gloucester Road, you're in the village. And so that goes down to Ngutuawa, the Awa mouth, and traverses up through right down to the mouth, Maxwell Road, and all of those little areas. So our traditional boundary is Waimihia to Te Puarorewa, which is Wilson's Bay on the Hamirana side, and modern thinking up to Keith Road. We know our traditional boundaries go right up to our properties in Mamaku. So that's Mamaku North, Tawake Heimoa Forest, Mangorewa Kaharo Te Taumata Trust, which has two big forestry areas up there, and Marairo Rotorua 2B, which is the farm block. And you come down to the main road. So that really encompasses Dalbeath Road, Keith Road, Rotorua Road, right through Hamirana down to our property at Hamirana Springs, which goes across the Awa, and you have our families living in. So while we're talking footprint, legally, it's those three marae sections: the village, the haukainga, or the home people that have their homes there. My whānau house is in Central Road, right at the top of, next to the water supply. That's our farm that wraps around Taniwha Springs, and that's why we're keen. However we do that might be reviewing our protocol agreement. It might be through something like that. I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure that it requires a Māori Land Court definition, because now in modern times, whilst Ngāti Rangiwewehi retains much of its land holdings, they sit with individual shareholders in multiply owned Māori land. Just to give a little bit more context, the reason we were able to get the apology, if you like, through the claim settlement process is because we have undisturbed ownership from Taniwha Springs down to Ngutuawa, although most of it is in our whānau land holdings. So that was a key. And that's the other reason, is because on the one hand we have Taniwha Springs, and the other hand we have Hamirana, and so anything in the middle could constitute a footprint.
Well, look, thank you very much. Thank you for your written submission and for coming in and speaking to it today. And your submission, of course, is different from all the others, obviously because you're talking about ancestral land, you're talking about whenua Māori, and of course the wai. So that is, and it's important for us to remember that too. And you have stated here in your submission that the development contributions should be reviewed and adjusted and not continue to penalise those living on whenua Māori within an agreed footprint of a marae. So that is something that we do note. And thank you for raising it in your submission, so that when we do set these things, nobody should be disadvantaged, and certainly not for the contribution you make through the wai. Pekahoa Puna, yes, so important to out in that area in Nongataha Way. So, look, thank you very much for coming in today.
Madam Chair, may I make one final comment?
Yes, please.
In our work doing the Ngāti Rangiwewehi management plans, which is a resource consent requirement under the joint resource consent, Kahuariki has done a little exercise, and we will have been sharing the water for 86 years by the time this current water consent expires in 2043.
When does it expire?
2043.
2040, yes.
So 86 years. It's like... And Kahuariki, we just worked out in a conversation with Trev, I think was still in Mama's puku in 1968.
Yeah.
67. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
thank you, everyone.
thank you.
Namahi.
And it is important that we are reminded of that, because that resource was on your land, and the other thing too, it's been used for the benefit of our whole city. So, we can never afford to forget these things. So I want to thank you for putting in a submission today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora kōrua, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for listening to our taking on board our submission. I think just to clarify that last point, the Springs was taken in 1966, and I shared with my two whanauna that I was not born until 1967.
Yes.
So I've inherited that.
Yes.
Yeah. And that, but yeah, tēnā koutou.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you. Well, now we have our next submitter online, John Collins. Mr. Collins is representing the Retirement Villages Association of New Zealand. And thank you, kia ora, John. And I understand you also have some other people, is that correct, with you, zooming in as well? No mai haramai, welcome to the hearings today. Tēnā koe. You might be on mute, John.
I am now unmuted. Kia ora, thank you very much. Yes, we do have some. I have Luke Hinchley from Chapman Trip with me, and I believe we have a couple of members who will be presenting after this. But anyway, my name is John Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Retirement Villages Association of New Zealand, and we welcome this opportunity to provide feedback on the Council's draft development contributions policy. We represent the interests of the owners, developers and managers of registered retirement villages across New Zealand. Our 407 member villages operate around 38,520 units, villas and apartments, that are home to approximately 50,000 older New Zealanders. I just want to pause for a moment on the question of registration. The Retirement Villages Act requires villages which meet the definition in Section 6 of that Act to be registered with the Registrar of Retirement Villages. That means a memorial is placed in the title of the land, and that they can only ever be operated as retirement villages into the future. This is important because it basically ring-fences retirement villages from other conventional sort of gated communities which might pretend to be retirement villages and therefore maybe think they could get any benefits which might arise from the Council's development contribution policy. Anyway, we consider that reintroducing a DC policy could be a disincentive to development. Local regulations are a key factor for retirement village operators when considering the feasibility of building new villages. However, the industry also acknowledges the importance of development contributions for funding new assets. We welcome the Council's recognition of retirement villages' lower demand profile in this draft policy. However, in our view, the policy does not properly reflect the very low demand on Three Waters infrastructure by new retirement accommodation relative to other domestic developments. New Zealand is facing a housing crisis, and retirement living and aged care are a key part of the solution. The population is ageing rapidly, and demand for retirement village accommodation is far outstripping supply. In our view, this trend will continue due to an ageing demographic and longer life expectancy. There are currently 8 RVA member villages in Rotorua, with 3 more in expansion. The existing villages offer 370 units that are home to about 480 older New Zealanders. 3 existing villages are looking to expand, plus 1 new village is in development. Together, they will offer an additional 246 units and apartments for around about 320 residents. Current and planned capacity will not be sufficient to accommodate the district's increasing ageing population. Further village developments are necessary. Developing new villages can be a lengthy process, and regulatory costs can materially affect the viability of new developments. Thus, we're seeking a more proportionate DC regime based on models that are generally working well elsewhere. If adopted, this regime will speed up and streamline village construction. Now, the RBA is happy to engage further with Council to discuss our submission and share our extensive experience in other Council's DC policies. We would also like to invite councillors and or officers to visit some typical villages in the area to help understand our industry. And I'll now like to pass over to Luke Hinchley from Chapman Trip.
Thank you, John. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Luke Hinchley tako ingoa. As John mentioned, I'm a lawyer at Chapman Trip assisting the RBA and Ryman Healthcare with development contribution policies across New Zealand. I'll just pick up on some of the detail of the submission, but I just want to make 2 general points before doing that. The first point is, and touching on something John said, the Tribal Village Association is seeking a consistent development contribution policy regime across New Zealand, and that's important to try and get that right so that we can kind of reduce the engagement and the disputes that occur around these things across the country and have an even playing field. The second point that's made in the submission is that the industry would prefer that councils adopt financial contributions policies rather than development contribution policies, because they see that those regimes have much better process benefits, but there's a lot of detail in the submission about that. If the council does decide to reintroduce the DC policy, the key concern that John mentioned is that the proposed framework for assessing retirement accommodation is not sufficiently fair, equitable and proportionate. The 3 main points on that are firstly that the proposed HUE household unit equivalent rates for retirement units are currently too high. Retirement villages use less water and wastewater per resident due to lower occupancy levels and different living needs. Secondly, assessing service-aged care rooms as non-residential activities doesn't reflect their residential nature. So the RBA is offering an alternative that works better there. And the third point is that any demand associated with the ancillary activities associated with retirement villages ought really be dealt with through the retirement unit and aged care room categories. And doing that will reduce the, the uncertainty of the policy as it currently stands. In the absence of retirement village provisions which are appropriate, the industry will need to rely on the special assessment process, which is often the case in other parts of the country, and that's very much suboptimal. And we've made some submissions about the current assessment process being not fit for purpose. There are a range of other changes sought. I won't get into the detail of those, but just to touch on the key topics. The current charging regime for stormwater should, in the RBA's view, be based on impervious surface area, which is the mechanism used in most other councils around the country. Development contributions associated with resource consents should not be due, that the payment of those, that is, until the associated demand begins. And the application of the policy and the council's assessment of development should, in the RBA's view, be clarified, because there's a bit of uncertainty there at the moment. We're also conscious that you are undertaking a further review, and we've made some comments on other categories of potential charging for the future in the submission. With that, we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that, and I'll take some questions now from the committee if they have any questions. Yes, Your Worship.
Yes, probably greetings to you, John, from years ago, and great to see you still there. And my question is to you, Luke, really about the consistency that you're requesting along with the rest of New Zealand. Have you got together with the other aged care providers in Rotorua and sought a meeting with our council about what is fair and reasonable and equitable? Or are you using the submission process?
I think the answer is the latter, that we're using the submission process. The submission rather does acknowledge that this is the first stage of a discussion with the council, and we appreciate it as a formal process, but as John mentioned, very keen to engage separately with the council on this topic if the council is willing to do that.
Thank you. Rather than us debate today whether a room or a unit uses more water than a hospital bed, I don't think that's the detail we want to get into. But we hear you because officers are sitting here. Thank you.
Councillor Yates.
Through you, Madam Chair, tēnā kōrua. Thank you for your presentation. My question is around the investment that you have in retirement villages across New Zealand, and obviously we have other councils that have DC charges. What has been your experience in perhaps challenging other councils to either reduce or challenge them on their DC contributions?
So is that a question for John or Luke? Both.
I'll let you do it. You speak first.
Yeah, I think the process is ongoing. I suppose is the first point. The industry is engaging with many councils across the country, particularly the councils that are dealing with major growth pressures. Probably the most advanced discussion the industry has had has been with Auckland Council, and that has been through probably a decade of discussions, including some more contentious processes where there's been exchange of evidence and information and so forth. And the regime that's been landed in Auckland is very much seen as being a reasonable regime, and that's now being sought in other parts of the country. And there's varying degrees of movement, I suppose, in other parts of the country, from some councils not doing very much at all through to Rotorua, which is sort of somewhere in the middle, and then Auckland being much more advanced.
Thank you. Any further questions? Oh, yes, Your Worship.
One, because we're very aware of the growth and the demographic here. John, for us, you did mention 8 + 1 in the planning. Thank you for being here. Do you really think that you would stop ongoing investment into Rotorua because of the introduction of a DC policy?
I think probably, Your Worship, the DC policy is one of the hurdles which operators have to sort of overcome, and if the DC policy was to impose a higher cost, then that cost ultimately has to be transferred through to the residents in the capital sum which they pay. But the importance of building villages for older people will continue. I have no doubt that we will continue to build them in Rotorua. It's just that overcoming the stumbling blocks is one of the more important outcomes we're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there appear to be no more questions, I don't think there are any more questions. John, would you have anything further to add?
No, just to reiterate my invitation to officers and councillors on a village site tour, which we look forward to doing, and I know it's much appreciated when we've done it in other regions. So we'll talk to officers about a possible date. We look forward to seeing you all on the bus soon.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you so much, and thank you for speaking to us today. Kia ora. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Right, so we'll get straight on to our next submitter, which is Jack Larson from Somerset, and Jack is on Zoom here, so we'll just move that around a wee bit. And kia ora, Jack, welcome, and you also have another 1 or 2 people with you, I believe. No? Oh, thank you. Kia ora. Do we bring up Jack on?
Kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair and councillors, for the opportunity to submit and speak today. I'll take our submission as read, but the opportunity to introduce ourselves, Somerset, and our position. Somerset is New Zealand's second largest developer and operator of retirement villages, and Somerset is very interested in the region, and we hope to bring a village to Rotorua in time. We appreciate the opportunity to provide feedback on the draft development contributions policy and wish to express our support for the submission to the Retirement Villages Association in its entirety. We ask that Council gratefully engages with constructively with the RVA's submission. One note of the submission that just we wanted to make particular interest in was that the infrastructure areas on the draft plan maps, we didn't find that they fully extended across the Rotorua urban areas, and we just wondered whether that could lead to unfair outcomes for developers of sites that fall between the gaps of those overlays. So we just ask that that's considered when engaging with the RVA's submission. But yeah, look, once again, thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback, and I reiterate that we're in support of the RVA's submission.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any committee, any questions for Jack? Yes, Your Worship.
I suppose you'd be surprised to know we don't know where your proposed development is, and would love to know. And welcome to Rotorua if you're coming.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I'm not really able to speak any further to that commercial detail.
Okay.
Thanks for raising that.
We will be looking for consistency. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I think there are no questions. Thank you very much, Jack, for presenting today. Very good of you. Thank you. And thank you for the submission that you put in as well.
Thank you.
RVA. Thank you. Do we have Ryman?
The next submitter has not come on
Right.
yet. They've been due
2:15.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, could I just ask a question then of Jack, if we've got a minute?
Yes, certainly.
Jack, we've had some submissions this morning, and I don't know if John's still there as well, about trying to keep it simple when we're trying to calculate the charges and credits and things like that. And there is a kind of simple calculation in the draft policy. But I saw on one of the pages there was a suggestion that we have all sorts of different percentages of HUIs for water, wastewater, depending on whether it's a unit or an aged care room, which meant that it's quite a difficult calculation, or it's more complicated because we're having to calculate with sort of 4 different proportions. What's your comment around where we're trying to keep things simple, maybe, to make it easier for developers?
I wonder whether John or Luke might have a better view on the detail.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to that if that's appropriate, Madam Chair.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, I think it may on the face of it seem more complicated, but from the industry's point of view, it is more simple. The primary reason is because it separates the retirement village contributions into the 2 main types of units in retirement villages, being the retirement unit, more of an independent or a townhouse type unit, and an aged care unit, which tends to be more of a service department or a hospital unit. So those 2 units are kind of very clearly understood in the industry and therefore simplified in this regime. The other key point is that the current version of the policy splits retirement units and then other sort of ancillary activities into a non-residential category, and the assessment of how that essentially would work in a retirement village would have to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. So it would, in the industry's view, would become very complicated and require quite a lot of discussion at DC time. So the upshot of all of that is that we see the system as being more simple in terms of what we're offering, and probably the numbers could be rounded down to the nearest 0, I think was a suggestion to even simplify them even further, but that's the view from the industry.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, look, thank you very much, and we'll move to our next submitter, because he's online now. He's just come online, so thank you. So this is for Ryman Healthcare and Matthew Brown, and Taylor Beck, I think. Is that correct? Kia ora, and welcome to you this afternoon. Just Matthew at this stage. Kia ora, Matthew, welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Brown Te Whānau, ko Matthew Tokuingoa. I'm the New Zealand Development Manager at Ryman Healthcare Limited. So Ryman is the largest operator of retirement villages in New Zealand, currently with 38 operational retirement villages in New Zealand, providing homes for more than 12,000 elderly residents. We do have one retirement village currently operating in the Bay of Plenty region, and this is located in Tauranga. And Ryman expects to continue developing new villages into the future, including in Rotorua, to meet increasing demand. The Ryman's experience is that residents of retirement villages use community facilities much less than the average person, if at all. Retirement units and aged care rooms use much less water and produce much less wastewater per person than standard household units. Ryman has worked closely with councils over many years to ensure that development contribution policies fairly reflect significantly reduced demand retirement villages have on council services. As noted in our submission, we worked with Auckland Council to resolve a major development contribution discussion over several sites in Auckland via a Local Government Act process back in 2018 and 19. Surveys of Ryman's Auckland villages in 2017 showed that the residents made very little use of community and led to Auckland Council reviewing its DC policies to substantially reduce the household unit equivalent rate for retirement units and aged care units. Without appropriate recognition in Rotorua's policy, developers of retirement accommodation will be required to use the special assessment process and or be forced into local protection processes. This is time consuming and resource intensive for both sides. And the outcome of this may be that policy delays necessary retirement and aged care accommodation in the region and reduces housing affordability for particularly vulnerable sector of Rotorua's population. We're very keen to engage with officers further on this proposal. Our background in development contribution policy around the country is extensive, and we have a wide body of experiences and evidences which we are keen to share. We're also fully supportive of the RVA submission. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Yes, thank Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Matthew. And I think Luke's still there and John, so perhaps I should address this to all three of you. And it's just really around the question of timing for the payment if a development contribution policy was brought in. I note that the submission referred to the fact that you like it to be as late in the process as possible, usually around code compliance as opposed to on the building consent or resource consent. So can you just comment that does make it a lot more easier for you in terms of financing and viability of a development if it's delayed, because then you know you've sold a unit or a...
Yeah, that's exactly right. So when we build a village, we tend to build it in stages. And so what works well for us and is exemplified around the country is to pay the proportion of development contributions on that stage of the village just prior to receiving code compliance certificates. So that is really common.
Thank you.
Can I just one further question? I'm not sure, sorry, whether it was part of your submission as well, that the preference would be if we were to continue with financial contributions because they're easy to calculate, is that?
Have you got any comments on that one, Luke?
Yeah, that might be something for me. It's not so much the calculation, it's more about the process. I think the financial contributions regime does provide an opportunity for people interested in them to present evidence and to potentially go into an appeal process if the outcome's not not agreed. So it just provides, you know, and the industry's used more transparency and I guess the ability to test evidence. That said, if the DC policy regime for Rotorua is acceptable, you know, we're not going to dive into on that particular point, but that's certainly the preference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Trumper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's up to any one of you to answer this, really. I was just interested that you've built a unit in Tauranga, and Tauranga actually has a considerably large development contribution. And so how did you negotiate a percentage with them, and how is that difference, or what is the point of difference in Rotorua's charge?
The village in Bethlehem in Tauranga has been there for some time and predates my time with Ryman. Did you have anything to do with that one, Luke?
Yes, I did. I must admit I can't remember the outcome of the DC discussion on that particular village, but it's probably worth just noting that the industry is in discussions with Tauranga City Council about their DC policy right at the moment. And there is a proposal to do some further work in terms of the evidence around demands that retirement villages have on local infrastructure there. So we are essentially seeking exactly the same regime in Tauranga as we are seeking here.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No, I don't think there are. Look, thank you very much. Thank you for presenting, and certainly we've got a number of photos here that look very, very attractive. So it was great to have those included, and also yes, thank you, because it just gives us an insight as to what the developments are like, and also what you're providing actually through your retirement villages around the country. So thank you for that, and thank you for putting your submission and making the time today to speak to us. Kia ora. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, councillors, I think that's. I'll just have a quick. Put that 1 minute. Oh, sorry. Well, thank you very much. That's us. That's done today. And Fisher's still away somewhere, aren't you, Fisher? You're still. I'm sorry, I didn't say good morning to you. Good morning to you. Thank you for zooming in today, and safe travels back from wherever you are. And thank you very much. And councillor, so that's it. So then